And they're off. American Saint broke just a touch slowly there. Sweet Anniversary on the stretch out right to the lead. Levant on the outside between mares and fillies. It's Ruby's Mission. Recovering on the outsides, American Saint will be forced 4 or 5 wide into that first turn. Along the inside is My Royal Vow. And at the rail is Book of Wisdom, just 4 lengths from front to back. Sweet Anniversary and Koa have a length lead. Levant outside second through an opening quarter of 24 and 3/5 seconds. And now Levant comes a calling on Sweet Anniversary. It leaves Ruby's Mission 2 lengths back in third. Luis Rivera Jr. has a hard hold of American Saint. They're still 3 or 4 wide going down the backstretch, 3.5 from the front. Gap of 2 lengths back to My Royal Vow. And the trailer is Book of Wisdom now, 9 or 10 from the front. Sweet Anniversary through a half in 49 and 1. Levant has been her shadow almost the entire way. American Saint has moved past Ruby's Mission. My Royal Vow trying to chime in, and at the back of the pack, it's Book of Wisdom. Sweet Anniversary has been on the lead the entire way. Levant has been chasing her throughout. They make their way to the quarter pole through 3 quarters in 1:14 and 1. The field makes their way to the top of the stretch here. Sweet Anniversary, My Royal Vow coming up the inside, off the turn and into the stretch. Sweet Anniversary trying to see it through. My Royal Vow with dead aim. Levant's tired in third. 8th pole, Sweet Anniversary draws away here. And Sweet Anniversary looking to do a little something with that rail. Koa keeping it straight. She's well in front. She's going to win it by 8 on the line. It was all Sweet Anniversary. My Royal Vow was second over Levant. Book of Wisdom. They're in the gate. And they're off. Mia Nipotina shows first along the inside. There's Out of the Cloud, and now Red Butterfly asserts herself and goes to the lead. It's Red Butterfly a length. Buried a lead outside of Out of the Cloud in second. Moving up along the inside, Eddie's Rocket, who didn't have the best of beginning. Now Eddie's Rocket rushing between fillies and mares. 5th is Dharma. The trailer is Mia Nipotina. She's just 3.5 from Red Butterfly, who leads. 24 and 2, a real sensible opening quarter there. They're walking. Red Butterfly, Koa's got a good hold of her as she has a measured length. On the outside, Eddie's Rockets under a drive in second. Out of the Cloud saves all the ground. Then they're lined up 3 across the track. Widest of all is Bury the Lead. Between is Mia Nipotina. Dharma's at the back, 4 from the front. Red Butterfly takes him to the quarter pole. She still has a length lead. Off the rail comes Out of the Cloud through a 48 and 3/2. Off the turn and into the stretch. Koa goes to work on Red Butterfly. Jackie Davison Out of the Cloud. Here on the far outside comes Mia Nipotina. They're past the 8th pole. Red Butterfly still there. Mia Nipotina is trying to gain some ground, but Red Butterfly begins to flutter away from Mia Nipotina, and Red Butterfly going to report home a 3-length winner. Then it was Mia Nipotina. A hard 6, 3-3, 11 even. $2 exact to 3-6, 2020. 50-cent try, 365, $11.95. 10-cent super, 365. And they're off. Invaluable Will showed first. Now from the rail, here comes Cape Cod Gem, Son of Darkness, and Hot Pursuit. These two have a length and a half now, 2 on Drozzle Diem, who is third. Moving up on the outside, there is Wahil, the favorite. Already has 9 lengths to make up. To his inside is Follow the Sign. Far outside, Invaluable Will broke alertly. Now he's towards the back. Along the inside there is Anything Possible, just checked sharply there. 22 and 4, Cape Cod Gem and Son of Darkness ripped through that opening quarter. Drozzle Diem's been left 4.5, 5 lengths behind in third. From the back, Wahil's going to need to do better from there. Follow the Signs at the rail. Invaluable Will is under a drive as the field passes the quarter pole. Cape Cod Gem and Son of Darkness, 46 and 2 for that half-mile time. They're still duking it out off the turn and into the stretch. Follow the Signs coming off the rail. Worry trying to find a seam for him. He was kept in there by Drozzle Diem. Invaluable Will and Wahil from the back. Son of Darkness is almost home. Here comes Wahil now, uncorking his rally. And on the far outside, Anything Possible from last to first to win. And they're off. There goes Buston Pietri for the lead. To his inside is Lars second. Down along the rail is Mass Appeal. 3 deep now, 4 wide is Bay Bank. Trying to split those. Oh, checking sharply there was Mass Appeal. Mass Appeal really had to put on the brakes, and he's actually been pulled up. Mass Appeal has been pulled up. That incident going up the backstretch here. So it's Buston Pietri. Bay Bank on the attack now in second. Holy Cowboys moved up to third along the rail. Then it's a couple of lengths back to the duo of Double Shot, who's at a last. He just passed Lars. Buston Pietri, 23 and almost 3 for the opening quarter. Buston Pietri, Flores has a hold on him. He's actually trying to get out there. Buston Pietri trying to get out. It leaves plenty of room at the inside for Holy Cowboy. Bay Bank affected and taken to the middle of the track. Off the turn into the stretch from a 47 3/2. Buston Pietri, now he's straight and strong. Bay Bank trying to get him. On the far outside is Double Shot. Up the rail, Holy Cowboy loses ground. Deep stretch. It's Buston Pietri. Buston Pietri going to cross the line, a 2.5 length winner. It got tight for a second, looked like Double Shot. Got up 3-4-4, 48-12, and the 50-cent pick for $80.87. Early pick 4's wrapped. Late pick 4 time. They're in the gate. And they're off. Forward motion breaks alertly. There's New York Anthem. Between rivals, Runaway Joke moves up, and on the far outside, Tommy the Torch is there as well. They're 4 across the track here early. Behind them is a line of 5. The Vegas Banker, Sig Alert, Dock Advantage, Convertible Freeze, and Rhymes Like Dimes. It's 3.5 lengths from front to back here as New York Anthem and Runaway Joke hook up early. Now, the favorite Runaway Joke puts his head in front through a tepid opening quarter of 23 3. To his outside, New York Anthem. Room at the rail for Devious Banker at a huge price. He's third. Tommy the Torch, fourth. Between horses, there's Sig Alert. In the mix is Convertible Freeze. Seventh is Rhymes Like Dimes. The 2 trailers are Dock Advantage and Forward Motion. They make their way off the far turn past the quarter pole through a half and 47 flat. And Runaway Joke gets separation off the turn and into the stretch. Runaway Joke has a 2.5, now a 3-length lead. Devious Banker's a huge number. He's second. On the far outside, Rhymes Like Dimes trying to move into second. Tommy the Torch steady there. They're coming past the 16th pole. Runaway Joke, he means business from here to Piper and Charlie. He won it by a half dozen. It got 12. Dime Super 5341, $23.22. 50-cent pick 3, 445, $22.12. Race 6 comes up next. It kicks off the final pick 3 of the afternoon. And they're off. From between horses, there goes Jake's Orchard. To the inside is God Laughs. Splitting those two, Puff's Magic Dragon, who's actually going to settle in third. Skylar's Artemis the Gray is fourth on the outside. Woe Hop's fifth, just 4.5 lengths from the lead. To his outside is Paint the Line. To his inside is Destined for Glory. The 2 at the back are Prophetic and Dr. Darby. There's already 18 lengths from front to back here through a quick opening quarter. They're flying on the front end, 23 3. Long shot, God Laughs. One of the favorites, Jake's Orchard. Hook up here. Back in third, about 4 lengths back in third is Woe Hop. Andre Warry's got to be licking his chops from there. To the inside is Destined for Glory. Puff's Magic Dragon's fifth. Skylar's Artemis sixth, 8 lengths from the lead. Along the inside is Paint the Line. He's about to be passed by Prophetic, and at the back is Dr. Darby, 48-1. They slowed it down a bit. God Laughs and Jake's Orchard, room at the rail for Destined for Glory. Louis Rivera trying to shoot him on through. Puff's Magic Dragon and Manuel Diego with a 5-wide move. Woe Hops under a drive from the back. Skylar's Artemis and Prophetic trying to chime in. The field makes their way to the quarter pole. Destined for Glory got through that hole along the inside. He made the lead. Jake's Orchard gives chase in second. Far outside, Puff's Magic Dragon at the rail. Prophetic. Kevin Navarro saved all the ground off the turn into the stretch. Destined for Glory. He's a decent price here. Puff's Magic Dragon trying to gun him down. Jake's Orchard between. Jake's Orchard struck the lead right before the 16th pole. Puff's Magic Dragon trying to get him. Jake's Orchard. Puff's Magic Dragon from Honolulu. Puff's Magic Dragon got him. Puff's Magic Dragon, $762, and the 10-cent super, 4593, $150.95. Race 7 comes up next. It starts the late double. No changes. And they're off. From the inside, there's Hey Toby. From the outside, Benji Brown. Splitting those two is Ranger Blue. Down along the inside, there's Marty's Magic and a 4-wide Hinani. Those 5 have opened up a couple of lengths. To the inside comes Hair on Fire, who was just passed by Alfgar. Then we come back to the rail. It's Lifetime Guarantee. Outside of Lifetime Guarantees, American Halite, Nolly Can Dance. Trails the field. Snappy opening quarter there, 23-2. Hey Toby's made the top. Ranger Blue attacks in second with Benji Brown at a big price. 3 wide in third, just a length from the lead. Marty's Magic, Luis Perez saving all the ground in a cozy spot fourth. He's just 2.5 from the front. Hinani's widest of all. Towards the inside, Alfgar's found his way to the rail. Lifetime Guarantee moves up. Far outside, Ollie Can Dance has made up some ground. He just went by American Halite. And then we come back to Hair on Fire, 47-3. Hey Toby keeps on going. Marty's Magic with dead aim now. Alfgar moves sweetly at the rail. Following that moves the gray Lifetime Guarantee as the field makes their way to the quarter pole in 3/4 and 113-1. Hey Toby, Marty's Magic with dead aim if he's good enough. Off the turn and into the stretch. Hey Toby's been there from the start. Marty's Magic trying to gun him down here in the final furlong or so. Down the center is Alfgar's at the rail. Through the stretch here, it's still Hey Toby. Marty's Magic won't go away. Marty's Magic trying to get to Hey Toby. Hey Toby, Marty's Magic got him in 50 yards from the line, and Marty's Magic wins 3/4 of a length. Then it was Hey Toby and Lifetime Guarantee. Alfgar around 78 even. $2 exact at 2-1, 42 even. 50-cent try, 2-1-4, 25-75. 10-cent super, 2-1-4-9, $30. Race 8 comes up next. And they're off. All broken, a perfect line. Vaunted in the red hats there. To the inside, Stars and Stones. And between those two is Please Be Nice. The two on the outside are Pop Coyer and Solo's Fury. Dropping back in sixth is in a minute. Free Folk Trails. He's 7 lengths from the lead. It's like an accordion going up the backstretch here. Stars and Stones. A half length on Please Be Nice. Who has a half length on Vaunted. Who now has a length on Pop Coyer. Moving up the insides. Long shot in a minute. Following him is Free Folk. As the trailer becomes Solo's Fury. 22-4. Stars and Stones blitz the opening quarter with Please Be Nice and Vaunted in hot pursuit. From the back, Pop Coyer begins to stir as in a minute loses ground. Along the rails, Free Folk. Solo's Fury needs to make up a bunch of ground here. Off the turn and into the stretch. Stars and Stones. Please Be Nice. Up the inside there is Pop Coyer. Pop Coyer just grabbed the lead from Stars and Stones. Solo Fury down the center. Please Be Nice is there as well. Pop Coyer's almost home. Solo's Fury's absolutely flying at Pop Coyer. Pop Coyer, Solo's Fury. Pop Coyer holds 3/4 of a length. Then it was Solo's Fury, Stars and Stones. Ladies and gentlemen, to honor America, please stand for our national anthem. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. I'm your track announcer, the Big A, Anthony Stabile, welcoming you to a Tuesday here at the Farmington Oval. Beautiful day for horse racing. Mostly cloudy skies, temperature struggling to get to 80, trying to win that fight. See a little bit of a calm as far as the wind goes. The track is fast, no carryover. And the pick six, one lucky winner won close to $16,000 yesterday afternoon. If you need free PPs, head over to fingerlakesgaming.com. They're there courtesy of our friends over at Equibase each and every racing day of the 2024 season. Here are your changes for today's races. In the first, pick four starts in race number one. An owner correction for the number 1, 1010 in race 1. Make the owner's final turn racing stable. Sella Trias Racing LLC and Playing the Field Racing. That owner change for the 1, 1010 in race 1. It starts the early double and the early pick 4. No changes in race 2. Kicks off the first pick 3 today. That pick 6, $1 pick 6 starts in race number 3, again, no carryover. Rider change for the 1, Tivoli Gardens, Terelu Gutierrez. Sofia Viva is not riding here today. Rider change to the 1, Terelu Gutierrez, and scratch the 7, Eros's Girl. Race 3, scratch the 7, Eros's Girl. Race number 4 kicks off today's 50-cent pick 5. There are no changes. In race 5, the start of the 50-cent pick 4. This is a scratch being announced for the first time anywhere. Scratch the 2, Anointed Spirit. Race 5, scratch the 2, Anointed Spirit. And we have a rider change for the 3 over the cap to Raylu Gutierrez. Raylu Gutierrez rides the 3 over the cap in race 5. And again, the number 2, Anointed Spirit, is a scratch being announced for the first time. Race number 6 kicks off the final pick 3 of the day. A couple of rider changes. The 3, Crypto Causeway, make the rider Rafael Rojina Jr. Rafael Rojina Jr. rides the 3, Crypto Causeway. And Raylu Gutierrez rides the 6, Civil Service. Rider change on the 6, Civil Service to Raylu Gutierrez in race number 6. Race 7 kicks off the late double. No changes in the 7th. And there are these changes in race 8, today's finale. Scratch to 1, Brennan's War. Race 8, scratch to 1. A rider change for the 3, She Speaks Well, to Stephen Frett. Stephen Frett rides the 3, She Speaks Well. And a rider change for the 11, Go Get the Bag, to Jackie Davis. Jackie Davis rides the 11, Go Get the Bag, in race number 8. Fast track. Temperature right around 78 degrees. Mostly cloudy skies. Beautiful day to come on out if you're in earshot to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. Free PPs once again over at fingerlakesgaming.com. Post time for race 1 just after 1 p.m., a little less than an hour away. Coming up next, the Tuesday edition of Takes from the Lakes with Dave Mattice.
And welcome everybody to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. I'm Dave Mattice, ready for another fun day of racing. Thought the card today was competitive, especially the last half of it. That late pick 4, pick 5 might be kind of difficult today. Pick 6, oh man, it was paid good yesterday. Some of those payouts were really good yesterday. Over $700 for the pick 5. The pick 6 was good. I think somebody hit the pick 6, and a couple of prices. Chris Engelhart had a big price with Puff's Magic Dragon, a couple other prices in there. Nothing totally out of the ordinary, but that was a competitive race in race number 6 yesterday, so there was some value during that card. Now, speaking of good cards, I thought it was the best card of the year coming up on Monday. I mean, we got another card tomorrow. We got 9 races tomorrow, which is a pretty good card. And then on Monday, it's our 2-year-old feature day. We got the Aspirant and Lady Finger Stakes, but also the Leon Reed Memorial Stakes. So 3 stakes races on Monday. You also get $2 hot dogs up at the wire, $1.50 drinks. So should be a lot of fun. Again, that's not just it. I mean, I looked overall at that card. That's one of the best cards of the year. You got some really good riders coming in. I think a couple of those riders have never been here before. You're going to wonder where they are coming from Europe. You got Dettore, and Florent Giroux is listed to come to ride as well. Eric Cancel, of course, he's been here before, so got some big name riders coming in. Wesley Ward's got a real good one in one of the 2-year-old races. George Weaver's got a good one in there as well. But even the Leon Reed Memorial, our local horses, well, we got a couple new shooters coming in. Well, they're not new because Lubes Bowley had success here before. He's entered in there. Rotney, who had success here before, is also entered against Jack and Bernie in the Leon Reed Memorial Stakes. All that, I mean, there's so much going on Monday, including the $2 hot dogs. Too much at once for me. It's like too much Fitzmagic, too much going on Monday. All right, we'll look at today's card. We're going to start it off with a route race, an allowance race for fillies and mares. The key to some of these races, especially the late ones, is going to be pace. You notice yesterday, man, they were closing if there was some pressure on the speed. If there wasn't, the speed could hold on. But it was kind of slow fractions overall. You notice that over the last week, that this track has got slower fractions. Doesn't necessarily mean there's any bias, just there's been slower fractions. So when you see a 22 and 46, normally that's normal for 6 furlongs here. No, it's been relatively quick lately. How about Runaway Joke yesterday? Runaway Joke is just blitzing through conditions. I'd like to have seen him in the Leon Reed Memorial Stakes against Jack and Bernie. Open the thing up. Yeah, today's card, we'll start with this first race. I did go with the 5, Sky's Winning Bid, because since that dominant victory in the maiden race, well, things haven't really gone his way. He tried going the mile 70 the next race and just broke poorly, and wasn't really any. The problem with that race was there were 2 horses from the same barn in the race, and one of them had to get the lead, the other one had to try to rate. This one tried to rate, and that's not his thing. He needs, or her thing, she needs to go to the lead. Love My Candy was the one who benefited from the lack of pace in there, and when this one was trying to rate, she also had problems with a rougher trip, especially early when she got cut off. But that had a lot to do with it. And Love My Candy ended up winning the race, so it was probably smart maneuvers anyway. But the last race ran into American Saint. American Saint, came back and ran against another good Ferraro horse, but that one was dominant, and American Saint had a lot of trouble last time. But up until that race, the horse had been unbeatable. So the margin of defeat last time, not as bad as it looks for Sky's Winning Bid. And does have that good early speed. I know I would expect some speed to come from the 4, Beauty's Bangle stretching out as well. So he's going to have to deal with Beauty's Bangle, who figures to be pretty good stretching out as well. So I'm going to lean towards Sky's Winning Bid. Again, doesn't have everything her own way because of the presence of Beauty's Bangle. But I think there's no real world beaters in here, and I think she's got a good chance to win. The 2, Baroness Bourbon, what can you say? She ran 3rd in the off-the-turf stakes race, the New York Stallion Series race, just a few starts ago. Very well bred, a half to a few good ones, a bunch of stakes place horses, including Waterway Run, who was a multiple stakes winner over in England. That's where they're really good. But Baroness Bourbon, Yeah, the last race was a good, of course, they're on the turf, but this horse is just as good on the dirt as the turf, and the dirt numbers say should be right in the mix with this field. The one top 10, you get Ray Gutierrez aboard, you get the rail, and this one's got some early speed too. If she chooses to use it, I think she's just going to get position from that inside post. It's a stakes place mare on the dirt, so you see the turf race last time. Maybe didn't like the turf. Her win was in the 30,000 maiden way back when. She was actually claimed out of that race before she faced winners. Hasn't really done anything since the maiden victory and since the claim, but this might be a good spot for top 10. It might be able to get a nice trip from the rail right behind the speed of Beauty's Bangle and Sky's Winning Bid. I'll go with 5-2-1 in race number 1. Probably would use all three of them if playing picks. You'll see my pick 4 ticket in a little while. Yeah, had a good one going. I think the fantasy one I did yesterday, it was Pop Coyer, I think, beat me in the last race after had the proper all button catching the Puff's Magic Dragon horse. That was a wide open race. 11-9, Claimer is the second, going to mile 70, never won 2 condition. I think Venge scratched the other day. The big question is going to be tactics for Venge. This is a horse that can do either going long. Can sit off or go to the front. It does look like King Cali is going to be the speed in here, but Diego gets off that horse to ride Venge, who also has some early speed. So I guess what the question is, what's the tactics going to be for Venge right inside of King Cali, who does look like he's got some speed? And like I said, the key to some of these races are the tactics and pace flow of these horses. One thing that's you can't argue is the last race is probably good enough to come back and beat this field, the $20,000 maiden victory, because this horse isn't facing allowance horses. Comes here, and you could even consider this a slight drop off of a maiden victory, facing the 2 lifetimes at the 11-9 level. Venge on top. Another horse is definitely dropping is the 7. I'm Just had 1 trip over the track and was against allowance horses, and a decent allowance field as well with Petrolo, who's an X-Style winner, and English Storm, who's not bad in the condition. He also won a $30,000 maiden in New York. That was before facing one other race against winners and then running here. I think he finds a nice level here at the 11-9, and it's definitely a threat. I'll go to the 3, King Cali. Probably depends on how Venge keeps his horse in the race. He also drops from allowance, but I think his value is kind of inflated. His maiden victory was an absolute walk on the front end where the other speed didn't go, and he was able to control the pace in absolutely ridiculous fractions. So he's dressed up off of the maiden victory, and that's why they put him in allowance races. He probably looked better than what he should have in the maiden win, but this might be the proper spot for King Cali, moving down for a tag to the 11-9 level. And is dangerous if can clear and get the lead early over Venge. So I'll go with the 2, 7, and 3 in race number 2. Okay, third race, we scratched the 7, Eros's Girl. And this features 2 of the top fillies and mares that were here over the last couple of years. I mean, Gone and Forgotten has been really tough here at Finger Lakes as owning the older filly and mare division. As a couple of years in a row, she was top filly or older mare here at Finger Lakes. But then got overtaken by True Empress last year. True Empress had a successful season here at Finger Lakes. It was probably between those 2. Of course, Gone and Forgotten was still in the Ferraro barn. Now, Linda Dixon just claimed Gone and Forgotten, put her in the Arctic Queen, and probably was too close to that pace, and that's why she got run down by No Chalk. And I never seen her be that aggressive going 6 furlongs, and I think it cost her in the late stages as she got a little bit tired right before the wire. Obviously, she could sit here. True Empress is another one that sits off. And both of them love this racetrack. You see the form of both Gone and Forgotten, True Empress, especially True Empress. She absolutely loves this racetrack compared to New York. Look at the form in New York. I mean, she's competitive, but then he comes here for one start and she wins, wakes up and gets a victory over a really tough field, similar to this one, defeating 'Cause You're Pretty at the wire. You see the overall record for True Empress. She's got 8 starts and 6 wins of those 8. Louis Perez opts to ride here. A lot to like on True Empress. I don't know how she could be 5-1 against this field, especially when she just beat 'Cause You're Pretty, who's at 3-1. Yeah, take the value. Take the value. If she goes off 5-1, take it. The 2, Gone and Forgotten. Yeah, she was probably too close to that pace, but you never know. I mean, if she sat back, made a run, maybe No Chalk would have beat her anyway with the first run. But 112, not a bad time for that Arctic Queen. She's a strong player again today, and she used to own the fillies of the Mare Division here at Finger Lakes. Can't not use her in the top 3. Easy Play looks to be the other one, depending on the tactics. There does seem to be some pace in here. Tivoli Garden's more of a router, more of route speed, but she may try to be aggressive as she's in the same barn as True Empress. May try to push the pace from the rail to help out her stablemate because it is owned by the trainer. Easy Play, though, is going to have some speed, but may decide to get the trip here and sit just off of 'Cause You're Pretty, Golden Moonlight, Tivoli Gardens, who all have tactical speed. So again, the pace flow is going to be important here in race number 3. But Easy Play probably missed a good opportunity there. The fact that Gone and Forgotten's up with the pace and Easy Play wasn't is probably the biggest surprise of that Arctic Queen Stakes. I mean, sometimes you never know what the trainer and rider want to do in certain races. They want to change tactics. They want to go to the front and sit off. And I think that really cost. Speaking of costing, I mean, Gone and Forgotten probably cost herself by being too close. Easy Play probably cost herself by not being close enough, by not going to the front end, because that's her running style, and she may have had a chance to win that race. Still ran pretty well. I got her 3rd. So I'm going to go the 4, 2, and 3 in a very competitive race. I mean, 'Cause You're Pretty, I mean, she's capable of so much more. The way she looked early in her career, and then very lightly raced since then. When she gets a few starts at her, she could get better. Golden Moonlight looked really good as a 3-year-old filly. She got some bad trips some of those races, but she's very capable as well. Good race in race number 3. 4th race at 11-9 Claimer. This goes a distance of 1.70 miles. Yeah, I don't usually take this horse on top because he doesn't really win that much, but he's very consistent, hits the board a lot. Talking about Brother Jeremiah. Well, the thing with Brother Jeremiah is he hits the board a lot against better horses. This race, dropping to the 11-9, maybe the last race is just too bad to believe, but you got to hope that he just had a bad race, draw a line through it, and then you could play him today because he's in for a tag. Supposed to win this race. And I know he hits the board a lot, and I know the race is bad, and it's kind of a red flag when a horse regresses and then drops. But maybe it's an aberration. His previous races are pretty good. It was a sloppy racetrack. It was a very good field, and the speed didn't back up. Royal Suspect was able to control the pace in that one. So I think Brother Jeremiah's got to be awfully tough in this one. The question's going to be the 5 Curlin's Wisdom, who's another drop down. Keep in mind, Curlin's Wisdom does have an excuse in his last race. That was a track that was favoring speed, at least the first half of the card. So Curlin's Wisdom was against it. Not like he was that competitive, though. So the drop in class, yeah, you got to consider him with the drop. I mean, that's an optional claiming allowance race last time. Not that it was strong, but it was better than these. That he looks like the other main rival. Although could make a case for the don't poke the cat out of the starters because he just hasn't had the right kind of trip and pace flow and the racing luck that he needs. Looks like there's going to be a little bit of a pace in this one that don't poke the cat if moved at the right time can win here. I know overall he's got a lot of wins, a lot of seconds, a lot of thirds, but it seems like the last couple of years since coming to Finger Lakes, he gets second and third a lot, and he makes that big move and flattens out. So it's all about timing. It's all about how sharp he is. It's all about the competition. So this is a tough field with the drop downs of Brother Jeremiah and Curlin's Wisdom, but I think Don't Poke the Cat plays and wouldn't be a big surprise in race number 4. So I'm going to go with the 3, 5, and 2 in that one. Seem like the major players. 5th race, scratch. I think Tony Anthony just mentioned Anointed Spirit was scratch. I didn't have that one scratched, so I'm going to throw that in there because that was my 4th choice in this race. Didn't really like the horse as far as a win threat, but scratch is important. I'll go, Regateur's on the 3 over the cap. The big thing with this race is the absolute lack of pace. So I'm going to take a 1-2 speed number with horses that I think will be controlled. I'm seeing a 51 half, a 50 or 51 half in race number 5. Reunion Tour's got a little speed, but not as fast as Uncle Marty and Take the Edge. Take the Edge would be smart to probably get the lead in here. He does look like the tactical speed horse that can get the front because he's close to some slow paces. The Reunion Tour, the only time he had the lead was nobody. I mean, they couldn't have walked any slower. So I don't think he's got much speed. Take the Edge. I think Uncle Marty would be probably the smartest to just go to the front from the rail because he's got some class. He's got enough tactical speed that he could just get the front in here. And he's stretching out from the 7 furlong race where he was way back and just never in it. He's a tricky read, though. A lot of these Linda Rice horses, a lot of the Rudy Rodriguez horses coming in, you have to question them a little bit this year because they haven't been winning at the same type of percentage as they have before. But this is a horse by Uncle Mo out of a dam by Bernardini. Again, the pace flow might actually work to this one's favor if he just goes to the lead from the rail. And I think if it's slow and nobody is aggressive here, I think Keeber can hold the rail and probably just go on with it. I'll go Uncle Marty on top. Yeah, Take the Edge. If he doesn't get the lead, at least he'll be up close with Uncle Marty. And his last couple of races, I mean, they're not bad. I mean, this horse is not running badly at all this year. He's close. It's a matter of getting the trip for him. He didn't get a great trip last time. Was caught wide in that race, and the same in the last couple. But did run a good second behind Riley B on that speed favoring racetrack that day when Riley B was absolutely lone speed. Steven did a good job of following the leader, and then ran second ahead of Anointed Spirit. I think you're going to get that same kind of trip here. I think you can, especially if Uncle Marty's aggressive from the rail, Take the Edge can kind of just stay with him and just stay off of him. If it's a 50-51, he's going to be able to follow the leader in here, or maybe even get the lead if the one's not aggressive. And at 10-1, might have a shot to at least hit the board. The pace is important here. And I would normally say I would love over the cap in here if there was any pace, but the problem is there's an absolute lack of pace. Otherwise, I would have took over the cap on top because he's the best horse in the race. It's that simple. But as you know, in horse racing, a lot of times the best horse of the race doesn't win. And depending on how good depending on how good Uncle Marty is with the class that he has. But over the cap is completely at mercy of the early pace, and it just doesn't seem like he's going to get it in race number 5. I think you got to use him just in case that he does. And he's good enough to hit the board anyway. I'm going to go with the 1-5-3 in race number 5. 6th race, an allowance race. Non-winners of a race since the date, or other than Maiden, Claiming, or Star, or never won 4 races. Scanning through, you do have a few of the 3 lifetimes, mostly 3 lifetimes, or sorry, four lifetimes, I should say, 3-time winners in this race. But it's a good race. Some classy horses in this condition. Going to lean towards Brew Pub. Only 2 starts this year, so I think the horse that's got the most room to improve off recent races is the 5 Brew Pub, who could be starting to coming back into his own. And then you go by last year's form, he's good enough to beat this field. He did have the one Finger Lakes start, and Shanty Shack was the one that beat him last spring. Been lightly raced since then. Again, only 2 starts this year. Comes here from Saratoga, and those are tougher fields that he was up against the last 2. I think he'll appreciate coming here. It gets a little bit easier, although this race did come up tough for our allowance races. He's got that stalking style that's going to help him here as well. There isn't a lot of speed in this race that's going to put him close. Now that's the key, how much speed is in here, because you got a horse like Union Lights. The day he won going long, he was able to get the front end. Now you got Good Night, God Bless in here inside of Union Lights, so Union Lights might have to play presser instead of getting the lead like he did when he got the lead back on July 29th. He turned back in distance after that to the sprint races, and you got to watch the replay on the August 19th race, and maybe you'll like him as much as I do to put him first or second in this race, because this race horse probably would have won against that tough field of East Coast Girls, Civil Service, and other ones in there. Had all kinds of trouble. Actually kind of ran up and then got on heels and ended up having to check in the middle of that race. And then when he did make a move, he still had some horse. That was a big effort, I thought, for Union Lights when he cut back in distance. I didn't like him that day just because, I knew how slow the pace was the day he won. He had everything easy. But I'll admit when I'm wrong. Union Lights probably should have won that race, and I didn't have him in the top 3. Last race he ran into Runaway Joke. We saw how good Runaway Joke is when we saw him run yesterday. So this horse should be awfully tough in this race. Civil Service I'll use for third, and there's a reason I do that, because if you watch Civil Service's race, he's got a little punch going 3/4. He's a good horse. One of the things, now this horse can go long, and he's good going long. The problem with Civil Service is he doesn't win going long. He finishes second and third. He doesn't have the same kind of punch. You watch him running in these route races, when he makes his move towards the leader, he just doesn't go by the leader in the route races. Instead, with the sprints, he's got that one run where he can make that run and get the win in the sprints. I guess if you follow a lot of horse racing, you'll understand what I'm saying. But that's the key to Civil Service. He can win against this field, but it's going to be a kind of a timed ride for Civil Service. Of course, I like Ray Gutierrez on the horse, but that's the problem with Civil Service and routes, is he does get second and third a lot when he does stretch out. The one Delta Ridge adds blinkers, so this one's kind of dangerous from the rail. Was Judy Turetsky actually won? I think Turetsky had the horse in the one state bred earlier this year. Tried Presque-Isle, kind of wasted his time there. I think he's better on the dirt, and he comes back here, and I think that could be the key, especially adding blinkers. Maybe they see something here with the blinkers for Delta Ridge, for Kevin Rice does, and could improve this horse enough that he's very competitive this race. I think he's dangerous at odds of 8-1. I would consider using him in picks in race number 6. Okay, 7th race. Probably the toughest race of the day as far as top to bottom. I had trouble with this race. And the key to the race could be the speed. You got Isle Storm, who I don't know if Isle Storm's lost his identity, because she hasn't really been sent into the front. I understand the one race, because Small Pebbles was also in there, that was her stablemate at the time, that one of them had to rate, and she still chased. I mean, it was a big effort chasing that rival down. Of course, she loves an off track. If it rains, you got to like Isle Storm a little bit in here. The last race was a tough allowance optional claimer for Isle Storm, and she kind of chased a little bit at 6 furlongs, but she's kind of lost her identity as a speed horse, and that could be the key if with Darn That Song in the race. I would expect Dial Storm to go to the front, though. That's her best shot in here, which kind of takes out Darn That Song. That one can only win, can win if she is able to get the lead in here, or a lonely lead in here, I should say, like last time. But of course, Isle Storm being in the race is the key to it. If that one goes to the front, you would think Isle Storm should go to the front against this field, but you never, like I said, you never know the tactics some of these trainers and riders use in some of these races. But you have to. Sometimes you have to assume when you're playing the horses, what and kind of see where those horses are going to be on the track, depending on the tactics that you would think that they would use. And I try to think that way. The tactics of every single horse in the race, and then you put them on the track, and you hope it goes the way you want it to. But you never know. You get those bad starts and everything. Anyway, that's the key to the race of Darn That Song and Isle Storm, what happens with the pace flow, because last time with Darn That Song, changing trainers to Ferraro, the other speed just simply didn't go with him, and he got a complete walk on the front end. Not sure if that's going to happen again today, but other than Isle Storm, there isn't a lot of speed in here. The 6-horse Embraceable Gal has kind of impressed me with some of the races that he's running. It's just a big, good-looking horse. You got to see the stride on Embraceable Gal. You would think that she would be better going long, and I think it shows. I think she's her sweet spot might be 7 furlongs to a mile. As you see some of the mile races that she had in New York, going 6 furlongs, she gets a little more at the mercy of the pace. But once she gets that big stride going that she has, she picks them up, and it's not like she's going to be that far back because she does have a little bit of speed. I like this horse. Just, I always like those big stride, good-looking horses, and she's one of them. And I think she can win this race if Isle Storm and Darn That Song both go out to the front like I'm hoping that they do. An Embraceable Gal can be a couple lengths off of those horses and try to make a run and win the race. I'm going to put her on top. Isle Storm I'm going to put for second because I'm hoping that she can get the lead over Darn That Song. Darn That Song is a horse that's got speed, has always had tactical speed, but she's not as fast as Isle Storm if Isle Storm wants to show her speed. And I think that could be the key for Isle Storm if she can get the front from Darn That Song in this race. Plus, she's, Isle Storm had been running at the 11,000, 9,000 a little bit easier. And this is a little tougher than what she was facing before having to step up against Allowance horses after the win against her stablemate. But I think she's good enough. But things got to kind of go her way. Got her second. Wait, Don't Tell Me is an interesting one. You got 2 Ferraro horses. You got a tactical speed horse of Darn That Song in a race that doesn't have a lot of speed. I like Wait, Don't Tell Me. Another one that I like. But she is at the mercy of the pace going short. She's a stakes horse. She won the Niagara Stakes. And her last race was good. I thought she was going to win when she made that big move on the turn. But then she started to get in a little bit at the end. But she was in contention to get that victory in the route. She turns way back in distance to the sprint. Again, she's kind of at the mercy of things here with the lack of pace in here. Kaz Music's another interesting one. Was in the Arctic Queen. But before that, was on a roll going right, I don't want to say right through conditions, but it was either first or second in a lot of those conditional races. So back to an allowance race for Kaz Music. Don't love the post, but the horse can be there in race number 7. So I'm going to go with 6-4-2-7. And of course, Darn That Song is the morning line favorite. You can like that horse again if you think she's going to get the lead on Isle Storm. That's the key to race number 7. Okay, 8th race. Scratch the 1, Brennan's War. It's a 5,000 claimer, going 6 furlongs. Good race as far as a good betting race to finish it out. Yeah, 8-1 on Bottomless Refill. I know he is facing winners for the first time off a 5,000 maiden win. That's not always a good play here at Finger Lakes, but unless they looked impressive and they were much the best, and Bottomless Refill was much the best when he beat that $5,000 field. Yes, it was a pretty weak field in a sense. I've seen weaker though. I think playing it big was a big favorite in there. Computa was no slouch. I mean, had been facing tougher before dropping to 5,000 Maiden, so it was an okay field that he was up against, and he closed on that 23 and 47. And the final time for a 5,000 Maiden wasn't bad, 112 and change. So in a race that looks to be wide open, I'm going to take a horse off the Maiden victory. Don't usually like to do that, but I do like the race that he ran, drawing away from that field in a quick time. Go that one on top. McDonough's an interesting one. This one got claimed out of his last start, but stays at 5,000 and adds blinkers. Maybe that could be the key. Maybe Asaf Ronan sees something as far as how the horse runs, and maybe the blinkers will help. He certainly should be tough at 5,000 anyway. It's not like he was that badly beaten last time when dropping to the level. There's another one. I'm not sure if he knows his identity, whether he wants to go to the front or sit just off. Maybe we'll see him have a little more speed today to go out there with 5 aces, who looks to be the speed. But yeah, that could be a key too. I mean, if McDonough isn't that aggressive, doesn't 5 aces have a good chance to go gate to wire in here as the speed? It is 6 furlongs, but this horse is dropping. Remember when he broke his maiden was at the 11-9 level where he was kind of alone on the lead. Then he faced winners against allowance horses. That was too tough. Dropped a notch the 11-9. Didn't run that well. It kind of maybe was the blinkers though. He doesn't take the blinkers off. But, at 5,000 may not matter. I think this horse is going to be tough at this level if he's left alone on the front end. He's obviously dangerous. Quincy Market's another one. He's a new face. His last couple races aren't that good, though, at Monmouth. You got to go back 3 starts ago. He's got kind of a closing style. Maybe he was too close to the pace in that route race. Kind of amped up, stretching out of the sprint. And then turned back again last time. And so it wasn't like he was horribly, horribly beaten. But the number isn't quite good enough to beat these. Might be able to improve it, though, with a better trip. 10-9, 6-7 for me in the last race. I'll be working on my late pick 4. They are going to put up my early pick 4 for today's card. I thought it was very competitive as far as putting together the late pick 4 and pick 5 today. I think there's no care. I think somebody hit that pick 6 for a huge number yesterday. We do continue live racing 3 days a week. This Wednesday's our next day. But keep in mind, next Monday is kind of a big day here. We got 3 stakes races, including the 2 big 2-year-old races. And we also got $2 hot dog special. That takes place next Monday. But our next live racing day will be tomorrow with a 1 o'clock first post. And I'll see you then.
The field for the Tuesday opener is making its way onto the track. The one is 10-10 with Raylu Gutierrez. The 2 is Baroness Bourbon with Andre Worry. The 3 is Maze Loved Laffy. Anthony Rodriguez rides. The 4 is Beauty's Bangle with Michael DeVilla Jr. The 5 is Sky's Winning Bid. Cabracoa rides. And the 6 is Let's Connect with Melissa Iorio. All right, welcome to Tuesday here at Finger Lakes. I'm the Big A Anthony Stabile, your track announcer, taking you through a fine day here at the Farmington Oval. Baroness Bourbon. We got a couple of Naira shippers looking to come take the money here. Actually, half the field consists of horses that last ran at Saratoga. Baroness Bourbon did so on the grass. This is her first time here at Finger Lakes and off that Naira circuit, and she's had some mixed results. Lone win came on a wet track. She just missed on another wet track back in May of this year down at Aqueduct. So certainly wouldn't have minded a little moisture in the ground, but she gets that circuit relief, and we've talked about this ad nauseum already. It just seems to be the elixir. She could use some help on the front end, though she showed speed once or twice in her career. She could probably use a little help on the front end. She's 9-5. She's no great shakes, but I was hard-pressed to find someone else in here that I wanted more than her. The number 1, 10-10. Orlando Noda ships this daughter of opportunity in. He did something that a lot of people don't have success doing, and that's claim a horse off Todd Pletcher. Now, he did it at Saratoga, and he got the horse to win. His name has escaped me right now, but he has not had that luck with this filly thus far. Another one who tried the grass last time. She's had blinkers in her last 2. It's kind of sharpened her up a little bit. The first 2 starts were for Todd. She finished second, got the job done, but that was in Maiden 30s down at the Big A this spring, I should say. Comes in here with Raylu aboard, and certainly more speed than Baroness Bourbon. And with Maze Love laughing in here and Sky's Winning Bid, it figures to be, and Beauty's Bangle out of the sprints, it figures to be a little crowded on the front end. We'll see if Raylu can save some ground and get her from just off the pace. And then finally, speaking of Sky's Winning Bid, maybe the best local hope in here. She showed speed last time out, kind of alternated on the lead for the first half mile, and then tired when they got to the far turn. She got beat a long way. She has one real trumped-up fig on her card. That 63-3 back where she won by almost 20 lengths. It's one of the worst maiden special weight fields I've seen in my 5 months here so far at Finger Lakes. It was her first time going long, too, and she's probably just a little bit better going shorter. She's been stopping at these 2-turn races. But if 10-10 and Baroness Bourbon don't fire their best shots, maybe she's found the right bunch of 2 lifetime horses to keep going against. The other Naira shipper, Let's Connect, for Maria Mann. This horse has been on the turf exclusively since being claimed for $16,000 at Tampa. Melissa Iorio was aboard that day. She actually ridden this horse twice, a win and a second. So we'll see how the other shipper does. 215 for me. A little chalky in the opener. Free PPs over at fingerlakesgaming.com. Pick 4 starts here and in the 5th. Pick 5 in the 4th rather. And of course, the $1 pick 6 starts in race 3. Thanks for joining us today. Best of luck here in the early pick 4 and early double. Post times in a minute. 1 minute. The field for race 1 has made its way to the starting gate, and it's post time as we kick off the Tuesday card. Going in out of order is Sky's winning bid. Cabracoa going to climb aboard the filly in the gate as 10-10 loads. Baroness Bourbon goes in next. Here's May's Loved Laffy. Leading rider Cabracoa settles in aboard Sky's winning bid. Beauty's Bangle goes in. Don't forget free PPs over at fingerlakesgaming.com as Let's Connect completes the load. They're in the gate. And they're off in the Tuesday opener. Off a step slow there was Baroness Bourbon. Not Beauty's Bangle. She goes right to the lead, challenged by 10-10 from the rail. Dropping back a bit was May's Loved Laffy, who settles along the inside in third. Then it's Sky's winning bid fourth. She's about 3 lengths from the front. Baroness Bourbon saves all the ground, 6 lengths from the lead in fifth. And the trailer is Let's Connect as they go around the clubhouse turn. 10-10 in front of length. Room at the inside for May's Loved Laffy through an opening quarter in 23 and 4. Beauty's Bangles outside, settled in, just moved back into second past May's Loved Laffy. Then it's Sky's winning bid. Baroness Bourbon, Andre Worry, has her about 7 lengths from the front while saving ground and has a good hold on her. And then it's a long way back to Let's Connect, who's 15 from the leader. It's 10-10. 10-10 through a half and 48 and 1 as they make their way to the far turn here in Farmington. It's 10-10. May's Loved Laffy moves up along the inside past Beauty's Bangle. Now Baroness Bourbon's called on for run as Sky's winning bid backs pedals in fifth. Let's Connect still trails. 10-10 still leads. It's up to 3 lengths. May's Loved Laffy, her closest pursuer, as they come off the turn and into the stretch through 3 quarters in 1:13 and 2. 10-10. May's Loved Laffy, dead aim with A-Rod. From the back, Baroness Bourbon trying to chime in late. 10-10's almost home and goes past the 8th pole with a length and a half lead. Here comes May's Loved Laffy. 16th pole, 10-10. Hands and knees, May's Loved Laffy. A final run, 10-10. May's Loved Laffy. 10-10. Saved by the wire. Then it was May's Loved Laffy a long way back to Baroness Bourbon for the show dough in 145 and 2. Number 1, 1010 was first. The 3, Maze Loved Laffy second. 2, Baroness Bourbon third. 6, Let's Connect fourth. 1326 in the opener. Returning to the winner's circles, the official winner of the opener, number 1, 1010. She's a 3-year-old daughter of Opportunity out of the Tisnow Mare High Quail. A New York bred, 1010 is owned by Final Turn Racing Stable. Seller Trias Racing and Playing the Field Racing, trained by Orlando Noda. Winning rider, Ray Lou Gutierrez, $2 exacta, 1-3, 44.80, $2.50 try, 1-3, 2-16 and a quarter. 10-cent super, 1-3, 2-6, $7.37. Race 2 comes up next. It kicks off the first pick 3 of the afternoon. No changes in the second. Post time for race 2. This is just over 20 minutes, folks. This upcoming Monday, September 23rd. Come on out to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack for steaks and hot dogs. We got 3 steaks for you, the Lady Finger and the Aspirant for the 2-year-olds. The Leon Reed Memorial for the older horses. But that's not all. The $2 hot dogs are back. $1.50 fountain sodas, the Zwiggles down at the wire. Gates open 11:30 with the doors. Post time for the openers 1 p.m. Come on out this Monday, September 23rd, for steaks and hot dogs right here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. You don't want to miss it.
All right, race number 2 coming up, and Ray Lou with a good ride to get 10-10 to the front from that inside position. Maze Love Laffey looked like she was going to get to her, but then hung in the critical stages, so 10-10 got the win for Orlando Noda. Ray Lou Gutierrez aboard in the opener. Second race, a mile 70, 11-9 claimer. Never won to condition. See the early play on I'm Just. That one is a drop down, so it's going to get some action in here. I did lean towards the 2 Venge. Will probably be the favorite come post time. This one scratched the other day. Horse by Gunrunner. Don't see a lot of gun runners here at Finger Lakes. It's been off since May, but comes out of that open $20,000 maiden claimer. So this could be technically considered a drop since that race. I guess the only concern would be the time away from the races for Venge, but certainly off of that last effort, all he's got to do is repeat it, would beat these. A lot of ifs in horse racing. Mentioned the 7, I'm Just, broke his maiden against State Breds in the $30,000 condition. Then a couple times against winners, just didn't fare very well in either one of those races. One of those starts here at Finger Lakes, but ran into a pretty good one in Petrolo. That race did come up tough, so it does get some class relief, dropping to the 11-9 level. Automatically makes him a player. He's taking some early money. The 3, King Cali, could be the speed. I don't want to say definitely is, because Venge could have speed as well, stretching out of the sprint. But King Cali also stretches out. The day he won was at 6 furlongs, but I think he did something like 48 to the half for 6 furlongs. Yeah, of course he's going to win. He had a clear lead in 48. I don't know if he can repeat that, but he does drop to the right condition here, moving to the 11-9 as he found Allowance too tough. Manuel Di Diego does opt to go to Venge. Not surprising, as that one does look like the horse to beat. Exacta tries Super Daily Double. Pick 3 starts in race number 2. You got 7 minutes to post.
The field for race 2 is out on the track. The 1's Dancing with Jake with Rafael Rojina Jr. The 2 is Venji with Emmanuel De Diego. Here's the 3, King Kali with Andre Wari. The 4 is Hey Hey Harry. Michael DeVilla Jr. rides. The 5 is Manny Penny with Nazario Alvarado. The 6 is Party News with Anthony Rodriguez. And the 7's I'm Just. Jackie Davis is aboard. All right. 10-10 wire to wire in the opener. I'm sure Ray Lou will be talking about that for days. Venji. By the way, a couple people on Twitter, one on Facebook asked, when the Gumster horses win and I say Charlie and Piper, those are Andy Berg's dogs. Just so everybody knows. There's no code. They're literally his dogs, and I love his dogs. So, Venji, big win in the maiden ranks, down for 20,000 at the bottom at Aqueduct, and finds his way here around the 2 turns now. You know, he had a mile race down at Aqueduct in December of last year that was really good. It was a decent field. The horse that ran 3rd came back and won, and then he went, and something went amiss. Claimed again, and now Gumster and Ralphie D have him. Look, his last 3 figs put a hurting on this field. And, you know, if he had 1 fig, it would be a different story. He has 3 figs. And I know he's dropping in, but, you know, it is what it is here. He's 6-5. He looks, I thought he was going to be 2-5. Runaway Joke won for the 4th time here for these connections yesterday. And I literally thought there was a chance this horse would be a shorter price than Runaway Joke was, just based on what he's facing. But he's not. If you can get the 6-5, I'd take it to win. I'm Just. 2nd time for Ronnie Breed. This horse did not do a ton of running, despite being wide, in his first run around the Farmington Oval here at Finger Lakes. I don't know. He's dropping down from the allowance race into the claiming the 11-2 life. I put him 2nd. I have very little faith in this horse. He did very little running last time, and I know he was wide, but there are so many wide trips here that I kind of have almost shut them out of my handicapping because a lot of horses here are wide. I put him 2nd. I put King Kali 3rd, and I have very little faith that King Kali wants to go this Raddock round, but sometimes the best hops to drop, and he's another one exiting the allowance ranks. You know, he broke his maiden in the special weight ranks, and then he exits the allowance ranks, and he's in for the tag today for a barn that, I'll tell you what, the barn's going a whole lot different than it was the last time this horse ran. Maybe that helps his cause. Maybe it won't matter. You know, it doesn't matter. If they can't go this far, they can't go this far. But I rounded this out in a very chalky way. I think it's going to be really tough to beat Venji here. 2-7-3. Best of luck here in the second. It kicks off the first pick 3 of the afternoon. Post times in a minute. 1 minute. The field for race 2 has made its way to the starting gate, and it's post time as we kick off the first pick 3 of the afternoon. Dancing with Jake will be the first to load. Your current even money favorite, Venji, goes in next. Here's King Kali. Hey, hey, Harry goes forward. Manny Penny's next. Don't forget those free PPs over at fingerlakesgaming.com as long shot. Party News goes forward. The last to load is I'm Just. They're in the gate. And they're off. Oh, Venji broke flat-footed, spots the field a couple of lengths. Hey, hey, Harry, right out to the top with Michael DeVilla Jr. 2 lengths back to King Kali, who's second. To his outside, Party News is third along the rail. Dancing with Jake protects inside position 4th. Venji's recovered. He's moved up. He's 5th, just inside of Manny Penny. I'm Just 4 wide on that turn. Trails the field. He's just 5 lengths from the lead and moving up now on the far outside is Venji. Had to step on the brakes there just a touch. 25-2, a pedestrian opening quarter here for Hey Hey Harry. Hey Hey Harry, a neck. To his outside is King Kali, who tracks in second. 4 wide, there's Party News. Trying to move up there between rivals is Venji. Along the rail is Dancing with Jake. It's a 4 wide Manny Penny, as I'm Just can see them all, just 4.5 from the lead. 50-4, the opening half mile for Hey Hey Harry. King Kali now, Venji, has been maneuvered off the inside and out of traffic. Emmanuel De Diego ready to turn him loose as the field makes their way midway on the far turn. It's still Hey Hey Harry and King Kali, and Venji says, acknowledge me, with a 3 wide rally as the field makes their way past the quarter pole through 3/4 in 1:15-4. Off the turn and into the stretch. Hey Hey Harry still there at the rail. Venji down the center. King Kali trying to split him. Hey Hey Harry. Here comes Venji now leveling off. King Kali's between. Hey Hey Harry trying to hold on here. Venji coming at him. Hey Hey Harry's on his hands and knees. Venji's trying to reel him in. Hey Hey Harry. Venji. Hey Hey Harry held. A long head. Venji couldn't get him. King Kali was third. I'm Just rounds out the super in 1:46-1. Photo finish. Number 4, Hey Hey Harry was first. 2, Venji second. 3, King Kali third. 7, I'm Just finished fourth. Race 2 is official. Returning to the winner's circles with number 4, Hey Hey Harry. 3-year-old geldings, the son of Bustin' Stones, out of the brother Derek mare, Big and Toasty. A New York bred, Hey Hey Harry's owned and trained by Timothy Murphy, winning rider Michael DeVilla Jr. 2 double 1-4 94.50. $2 exact to 4-2 62.50. 50-cent try 4-2-3 46.75. 10-cent super 4-2-3-7 $17.62. Race 3 comes up next. It's the start of today's $1 pick 6. No carryover in the pick 6. Here are the changes for the remaining races. Here in race 3, a rider change for the 1, Tivoli Gardens, to Raylu Gutierrez. Gutierrez rides the 1. And scratch the 7, Erosa's Girl. Race 3, scratch the 7. No changes in race 4. In race 5, scratch the 2, Anointed Spirit. Race 5, scratch the 2. And a rider change for the 3 over the cap to Raylu Gutierrez. Gutierrez rides the 3 in race 5. Couple of rider changes in race 6. The 3, Crypto Causeway, make the rider Rafael Rohina Jr. Rafael Rohina Jr. rides the 3. And the 6, Civil Service, gets Raylu Gutierrez. Gutierrez rides the 6 in race 6. No changes in race 7. And in today's finale, race number 8, scratch to 1, Brennan's War. Race 8, scratch to 1. Rider change for the 3, She Speaks Well, to Stephen Frett. Frett rides the 3. And a rider change for the 11, Go Get the Bag, to Jackie Davis. Jackie Davis rides the 11. In race number 8, post time for race 3, the start of the $1 pick 6 is in just over 19 minutes.
All right, pick six starts in race number three. We did have a big payout yesterday for the pick six. Looking back at the second, man, Tim Murphy having a career year. Hey, hey, Harry, able to hold on as Venge, maybe not the best trips, as he was a little sluggish at the start coming off that layoff. Made up the ground, but Hey, hey, Harry was able to cut the corner. I think it was more of the turn than it was the start that probably cost Venge, as Hey, hey, Harry able to cut it and Venge having to go wide. But Michael Davila gets the victory in race number two. A little bit of a price. Look at maybe a good early pick four. Ray Gutierrez on the one. Tivoli Gardens says Sophia not going to ride today. Ray picked up a few of her mounts. Scratch the seven. Eros' Girl out of race number three. Got a couple horses that have always been well, at least the last few years have been the classier of the top filly and mares division. This could be considered our feature race of the day, as it did turn out to be a pretty good filly and mare race. It's a never won 2 sits a day condition or never won 4 races. You wouldn't think you get stakes caliber horses in here, but you do. Last year's top filly or mare, True Empress, is in here. And then the previous 2 years, the top filly or mare, Gone and Forgotten, is also in here. So you get a couple of good ones. Both of them were in the Ferraro barn. Now Gone and Forgotten was claimed by Linda Dixon and then ran in the Arctic Queen. She's in here as well. But I'm going to start with True Empress. So I thought she did offer some value at the morning line at odds of 5-1. She's got 6 wins and 8 starts here at Finger Lakes in 2 seconds. And one of those seconds, man, it was too tough to call. But True Empress, you see the return. She returned at 5.5 furlongs and ran down 'Cause You're Pretty in Tivoli Gardens. Yeah, she's classy. 6 furlongs should be right in her sweet spot, and look for her to be rolling late. She's at odds now of 2-1. Gone and Forgotten, closer than normal in the Arctic Queen, made her move, and then it was No Chalk, who was in the perfect position to catch her and pull off a minor upset. But loves this racetrack. She's got 11 wins here, maybe not as good a percentage as True Empress's is, but this is her home ground, and she's going to be tough. She's at odds of 9-5 off of that good second place finish in the Arctic Queen. So those are two of the main contenders here in race number 3. We're going to start the pick 6 with this race. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double pick 3 also offered. Again, scratch Eros' Girl.
The field for race 3, the start of today's $1 pick 6, is coming out on the track. The 1 is Tivoli Gardens. Please note the rider change to Raylu Gutierrez, who's looking for his second win on the card. The 2 is Gone and Forgotten with Cabracoa. The 3 is Easy Play with Emmanuel de Diego. The 4 is True Empress. Luis Perez rides. The 5 is Golden Moonlight with Jackie Davis. And the 6 is 'Cause You're Pretty with Andre Worry. Scratch the 7, Eros' Girl. 3 minutes to kick off today's $1 pick 6. Easy Play exits the Arctic Queen, as is Gone and Forgotten. I thought Easy Play ran really well last time out. And I know that Gone and Forgotten probably had a tougher trip, but I also knew that one of them was going to be close to even money and one of them was going to be 5-1, and they're 6-5 and 7-1 right now. So I went with Easy Play. Gets the Lasix back. I know Gone and Forgotten does too. Gone and Forgotten's race was really odd because it was first off the claim from Rick Dutrow. That's a tough row to hoe. And she showed more speed than she had combined in her prior 28 starts. I don't know where it came from. I don't know if she could do it again. And I think there's some faster horses in here than there were last time. I think Easy Play is naturally faster than her. I think Golden Moonlight has more speed. And I know, because you're pretty, if ridden aggressively, is the fastest of them all. I went to the bigger price. I took Easy Play, but I could see any one of three winning this. Because you're pretty, big price on the board, 5-1. Boy, she hasn't been this price since her debut when she finished third. Not her debut, rather, but her second start down at Delaware Park. She, at one point, was perfect in 4 starts here. She's lost her last 3 at Finger Lakes, but she's never been off the board. She's 5-1, and she has the outside draw, so she can, well, Andre Worry can see what Gone and Forgotten and Easy Play and Golden Moonlight all decide to do. That's a cozy spot to be in when you are the speed of the speed, because he doesn't have to just blast off Worry. He can sit and see how intent the other riders are on getting their fillies or mares to the front end. She'll be forward. How forward remains to be seen. Then finally Gone and Forgotten for everything we said. I just don't like the price. I don't like the seemingly out of nowhere change in tactics last time. I think she ran really well. But she's got to do it again, and she's going to be a short price again. And she has failed a lot this year for a bunch of barns at short prices. 9-5, 5-1, 2-1, 7-2, 9-5. She burned a lot of money this year, 0 for 8, and I really don't want to take her on the win end at now even money. I went 3-6-2. Best of luck here if you're playing the pick six. Post times in a minute. 1 minute. The field for race 3 has made its way to the starting gate, and it's post time as we kick off today's $1 pick 6. Jockey Raylu Gutierrez off the number 1 Tivoli Gardens. She'll get that special blanket applied that doesn't allow the starting gate to touch either side of her. That blanket is attached to the back of the stall, and when the gate springs open, the blanket falls off Tivoli Gardens. Song of Africa, the first horse I remember using it 25 years ago, as Aqueduct is gone and forgotten. Your 6-5 favorite goes in. Easy Plays next. True Empress goes forward. The last two are Golden Moonlight. Free PPs, fingerlakesgaming.com each and every racing day. 'Cause You're Pretty goes in. Raylu gets aboard Tivoli Gardens. And we'll be set for today's co-feature. They're in the gate. And they're off. On the outside, 'Cause You're Pretty shows her face first. Along the inside, Tivoli Gardens hustled for speed. Between mares, there's Easy Play. Dropping back along the inside, there was the favorite Gone and Forgotten. She was just passed by Golden Moonlight. And the trailer here is True Empress. She's already 10 from the front. It belongs to Tivoli Gardens. Tivoli Gardens and Raylu Gutierrez through a snappy opening quarter in 22-4. She is chased by Easy Play, who moves up along the inside in second. 'Cause You're Pretty poised to pounce with a 3-wide bid in third. Then we come back to Golden Moonlight from the back. Gone and Forgotten's trying to weave through horses, and on the far outside is True Empress. The half went in 46-3. They're off the turn, and they're into the stretch. 'Cause You're Pretty bracing for the challenge of True Empress, who just rolled on by. And True Empress, as they come to the 16th pole, is putting on a show here. She's in front by 5, now 6. Gone and Forgotten second. No doubt about the winner. It was all True Empress. She won it by 4.5. Then it was Gone and Forgotten, 'Cause You're Pretty. Golden Moonlight rounds out the super in a sharp 111-3. Number 4, True Empress was first. It's a photo for second. Number 2, Gone and Forgotten finished second. 6, 'Cause You're Pretty third. 5, Golden Moonlight fourth. 4-2-6-5 here in race number 3. Returning to the winner's circles, the number 4, True Empress. She's a 5-year-old daughter of Classic Empire out of the Yes It's True mare, For All You Know. A New York bred, True Empress is owned by J&M Racing Stables, James J. O'Driscoll, and Elvira Falco, trained by Michael Ferraro Sr., winning rider Luis Perez. And it's official. $2 double, pair of fours, $83.50. $2 exact to 4-2, $15.80. 50-cent try, 426, $14.12. And the 10-cent super, 4-2, 6-5, $6.60. Race 4 comes up next. It's the start of today's 50-cent pick 5. And there are no changes here in race 4. Post time for the 4th is in just over 21 minutes, folks. Don't forget to come out this Monday, September 23rd, for steaks and hot dogs. The Lady Finger and the Aspirant for the 2-year-olds, as well as the Leon Reed Memorial for the older horses. But that's not all. The Zweigels are back. $2 hot dogs, $1.50 fountain sodas down at the wire. Doors open 11:30. First post, as is each and every racing day here in the month of September, is 1 p.m. It's Steaks and Hot Dogs this Monday, September 23rd, here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. You don't want to miss it. just about half of them have been in the exacta. 20% win percentage. It's been a real good season for this barn. And their big owner, Lima Horse Racing. I can't believe the price on this horse at 6-1. Brother Jeremiah, another one dropping in from the allowance ranks. He hasn't been for a tag for an awfully long time for John Buckley. Going to get a rider change here to Jackie Davis. I don't know. The last time this horse ran on a slop, and this horse had won on a wet track, but he is much better on dry ground. Maybe the wet track was got him to him last time, but he's kind of dropped off in his last few. Another one looking for his first win of the year. We'll see if he can prove that the best hops to drop. He'll be a lot closer than Don't Poke the Cat. We'll see exactly how Jackie rides. Brother Jeremiah in here. And then finally the favorite, the 5, Curlin's Wisdom. Linda Rice, still looking for her first win here at Finger Lakes this year. This horse drops in for the tag. He's another one taking a huge drop in class. And we'll see what he does. He has not done a lot of running in his last 7 starts. He just hasn't. And last time he kind of woke up a little bit, but I mean, he's a tough price. 8-5. Taking him as the favorite's a very tough ask, in my opinion. Very tough ask. Can he win? He absolutely can win. But as the favorite, I wouldn't want him in the win pool. If you're playing the pick 5, I think you almost have to use him defensively, but I wouldn't want him in the win pool. 2-3-5. We'll see if Don't Poke the Cat and get the money. It's 7-1. Best of luck if you're playing that pick 5. It starts in just about 4 minutes. Post times in a minute. 1 minute. The field for race 4, the start of the pick 5, has made its way to the starting gate, and it's post time. Bert's the first to load. He's followed by Don't Poke the Cat. Brother Jeremiah goes forward. Here's a long shot, Central Love. Your favorite, Curlin's Wisdom, goes up. Here's Winning Drive. The last to load's Reiner. They're in the gate. And they're off. Central Love from mid-pack, joined on the outside by the favorite, Curlin's Wisdom. A 3 deep. Reiner as they race to the first turn. Fourth along the rail is Don't Poke the Cat. Between rivals there is Brother Jeremiah. A 4 wide. Winning Drive is 6th, and the trailer at the back is Bert, where he likes to be, already 10 lengths from the lead. Central Love, the long shot leader around the clubhouse turn through an opening quarter of 24 and 4, tracked by Curlin's Wisdom, who's in second. Reiner's third, stacked 3 wide. Don't Poke the Cat's 4 lengths from the lead, saving all the ground in fourth. Between Don't Poke the Cat and Winning Drive on the outside is Brother Jeremiah, and still at the back is Bert. Half mile for Central Love, 49 and 3, as Curlin's Wisdom ratchets up the pressure now. Reiner still 3 wide. Don't Poke the Cat ready to roll along the inside. Brother Jeremiah needs a way through. Winning Drive has clear sailing. Bert starting to rattle at the back, but he has about a dozen to make up as they're midway on the turn. Curlin's Wisdom. Brother Jeremiah just got to the outside, and Jackie goes to work. Following that move is Winning Drive, as Don't Poke the Cat searches for room. 1:14 and 2 for 3/4. Off the turn and into the stretch. Brother Jeremiah made the lead, trying to battle back his Curlin's Wisdom. Between, here comes Don't Poke the Cat. Brother Jeremiah, Don't Poke the Cat rallies between. Winning Drive on the far outside. 16th pole. Don't Poke the Cat, trying to get to Brother Jeremiah. Don't Poke the Cat strikes the lead. Brother Jeremiah, Don't Poke the Cat a neck. Then it was Brother Jeremiah, Winning Drive, and Curlin's Wisdom in 1:45 and 3. Photo finish. Number 2, Don't Poke the Cat was first. 3, Brother Jeremiah second. 6, Winning Drive third. 5, Curlin's Wisdom finished fourth. 2, 3, 6, 5, unofficial in race 4. Race 4 is official. And you see the red, white, and blue. You know one thing. It's Lima time! Returning to the winner's circles, the number 2, Don't Poke the Cat. It's a 10-year-old gelding, son of Bluegrass Cat. Out of the Maria's Monmare, Do Not Disturb. Don't Poke the Cat's owned by Lima Horse Racing LLC, trained by Ilma Loaiza, winning rider 2 in a row for Luis Perez. $2 Perez double 4-2, 37.20. $2 exacta 2-3, 29.20. 50-cent try 2-3-6, 80 bucks. 10-cent super 2-3-6-5, $43 and a nickel. 50-cent pick 3 4-4-2, 108.62. And the 50-cent pick 4 1-4-4-2, $417 and a quarter. Early pick 4 is a wrap. That means it's time for the late pick 4. Here in race 5, scratch the 2, Anointed Spirit. Race 5, scratch the 2. Rider change to the 3 over the cap. Torelu Gutierrez. Gutierrez rides the 3. Race 6, couple of rider changes. The 3, Crypto Causeway. Rafael Rojina Jr. Rafael Rojina Jr. rides the 3. And Raylu Gutierrez rides the 6, Civil Service. Rider change for Civil Service, the number 6 in race 6, to Raylu Gutierrez. No changes in race 7. And in the finale, race number 8, scratch to 1, Brennan's War. Race 8, scratch to 1. Rider change for the 3, She Speaks Well, to Stephen Frett. Frett rides the 3. And a rider change for the 11, Go Get the Bag, to Jackie Davis. Jackie Davis rides the 11. Those changes in race 8. Post time for the 5th, the start of the late pick 4, is in just over 19 minutes.
8 minutes apiece for the fifth, and good finish between Don't Poke the Cat and Brother Jeremiah, but it was Poke the Cat. Well-timed ride by Louis Perez to get the victory for Ilmar Loaiza. That starts the pick 5. Scratch the 2, Anointed Spirit out of the 5th. You got Ray Gutierrez on the 3 over the cap. Ray, yeah, who? The one Uncle Marty is here. It's probably going to be the favorite in this race. Might even be the inside speed of the race, dropping to 5,000. There is absolutely a big lack of pace in race number 5 for this distance of a mile and a 16th. This horse has been close up to some quicker fractions of what he'll see here, so that might not be a bad option, is to hold the rail for Kiberkoa. Other than that, there really isn't much for speed. Reunion Tour has shown speed, but really it was a paceless race. Take the Edge would be the other one that's got a little bit of tactical speed in here. So it really has an edge for Uncle Marty, at least to get first run on some of the main contenders, and that's why he's 6-5. Well, he's 6-5 because of the big drop in class coming from Saratoga. The 5 is Take the Edge. As mentioned, not a lot of speed in here, and this horse isn't that far behind the rest of the rivals other than Uncle Marty, which puts him in the mix because of the lack of pace in here. The 3 over the cap is kind of against it because of the lack of pace, but he's certainly good enough, especially making a second start off of the layoff. Hard to discount the chances of over the cap. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double and Pick 4 starts in the 5th. We did get a relatively late scratch of the 2, Anointed Spirit.
The field for race 5, the start of the late pick 4, is coming out onto the track. The 1 is Uncle Marty with Cabercoa. Scratch the 2, Anointed Spirit. The 3 is Over the Cap. Note the rider change to Raylu Gutierrez. The 4 is Reunion Tour with Anthony Rodriguez. The 5s Take the Edge. Stephen Frett rides. The 6 is Sea Tiger with Heeman Harkey. And the 7 is Poppy on Ice with Dalton Brown. So I scratched into Anointed Spirit. Wasn't an original scratch. I scratched into Uncle Marty here, and I'm not happy about it because of the record Linda Rice's run this has had so far. Crone's Wisdom disappointed just now as the favorite. Uncle Marty dropping all the way down 5-3 life. He's only run 3 times this year. He has that 1 win down at the Big A around 2 turns over a good track in February. But these races have been considerably spaced apart. He makes his Farmington debut here, and I have very little confidence in this horse. I almost called the audible here. I have a goofy opinion on Reunion Tour. So the blinkers come off on the 4 Reunion Tour, and he has been beaten such a long way in his last 4 races. As crazy as I am, I couldn't pull the trigger on this. But I'm going to tell you what. He's supposed to be loose in here. And we've seen 2 wire-to-wire winners and 2 off the pace winners. There's no speed in this race. Like, none. And with the blinkers off, maybe it makes them a little bit more alert. And the rider change to A-Rod, maybe he just gets aggressive and puts him on the lead. I don't know who else is going to the lead in here. And we've seen crazier results than a horse getting loose on the lead and just going wire to wire. And maybe he's the horse at 12-1. I used him in my pick fours, my late pick fours. I think he's dangerous here to get to the lead. Listen, he may be 20 lengths. You're going to find out at 12-1, and in all likelihood, you're going to have a loose lead doing it. And then the 3 over the cap. Rider change to Raylu. This horse was raced just one time this year. He waited a whole 2 months to debut for Ferraro Senior. He did not run well at all. He burned a lot of money at 7-5, and now he's been gone again. I don't know what to make of him. I had to put somebody third after the scratch. And these Ferraro horses are always dangerous. I just don't know if he's the same horse from last year. Not that he was any great shakes last year, but the one race this year wasn't very good, and it's been his only try in now 10 months. So 1-4-3. If I had any guts, I would have called the audible here and went to the reunion tour, but I just can't do it off his recent form. But I do think he's going to run well. 1-4-3 here in race 5. Good luck if you play in the late pick 4. Post times in a minute. 1 minute. The field for race 5 is behind the gate, and it's post time as we kick off today's late pick 4. 4 to 5 favorite Uncle Marty, the first to go in. Here's Over the Cap. Big price on Reunion Tour as he goes in. Here's Take the Edge. Another long shot in here. See, Tiger goes forward. Poppy on Ice rounds out the field. They're in the gate. And they're off. From between horses, there goes Take the Edge for the lead at the rails. Uncle Marty, and now Over the Cap asserts himself as well. So Uncle Marty and Over the Cap are the two on the lead, and they speed to that first turn. Reunion Tour moves up a bit on the inside into third. Then Take the Edge is fourth, 2 lengths in front of Sea Tiger. The trailer is Poppy on Ice. Speed duel developing here, 24-1. Contentious, if not that fast. The favorite Uncle Marty is dealing with Over the Cap. Reunion Tour takes a look at things from third. He's joined on the outside by Take the Edge. 2.5 more to see Tiger and Poppy on Ice there, 2 by 2 by 2 up the backstretch. Uncle Marty trying to shake away from Over the Cap. Poised to pounce in third is Take the Edge. Reunion Tour is under a ride as there's room at the rail for Sea Tiger. Poppy on Ice is 7 from the front, 49-3 for the half as they make their way to the far turn here at Finger Lakes. Uncle Marty and Over the Cap been going at it from the start here. Sea Tiger ready to roll from that pocket in third. Take the Edge is under a drive from the back. Poppy on Ice begins to rev up. Reunion Tour's last, just 6 from the front. 1:15-2 for 3/4. Uncle Marty and Over the Cap. Poppy on Ice with a menacing 3-wide rally. Sea Tiger and Heeman Harkey wait for room, as do Take the Edge. They're off the turn and they're into the stretch, and Uncle Marty's trying to see it through. Poppy on Ice has dead aim at him. It's still Uncle Marty. Poppy on Ice is coming in between rivals there. That's Sea Tiger, and on the far outside, it's Take the Edge. Uncle Marty's almost home. Uncle Marty held on. There were 3 of them on the wire for second. Sea Tiger to the inside was Poppy on Ice. The outside was Take the Edge, and 149-2. Number 1, Uncle Marty was first. It's a photo for second. Six, Sea Tiger second. 7, Poppy on Ice third. 5, Take the Edge fourth. 1-6-7-5 unofficial here in race 5. Returning to the winner's circles, the official winner of race number 5, Uncle Marty. The 4-year-old Ridgeling is the son of Uncle Mo out of the Bernardini mare Possessive. A New York bred. Uncle Marty's owned by Martin Zareski. Trained by Linda Rice. Winning riders our leading one, Kabakoa. $2 double, 2-1, 17 even. $2 exact on 1-6, 980. 50-cent try, 167, $5.50. 10-cent super, 1675, $2.92. And the 50-cent pick 3, 421, $17.12. Race 6 comes up next. It kicks off the final pick 3 of the day. A rider change for the 3 Crypto Causeway to Rafael Rohina Jr. Rafael Rohina Jr. rides the 3 Crypto Causeway. A rider change for the 6 Civil Service to Raylu Gutierrez. Raylu Gutierrez rides the 6 Civil Service here in race 6. Post time for race 6 is in just over 24 minutes.
All right, getting ready for race number 6. That was Uncle Marty, able to hold the rail and get the lead in the 5th, and shows his class late as the horse was dropping big time down to the 5,000 level. Kiberkoa for trainer Linda Rice. We go to the 6th race, an allowance race, a good one that goes the distance of 1.70 miles. Start with the 5 Brew Pub. Brew Pub was here before. She's made a couple starts over this track. His last start was back in November, where he just missed against Shanty Shack. That was a good effort. I know the horse that was third ended up coming back to win out of that race, but we're going back pretty far. It was a good effort by Brew Pub. He's only had 3 starts since. He had 1 start to finish out the year. He's only had 2 starts this year. His first start off the layoff wasn't bad in an off the turf race, and then his last start kind of ran evenly against a tough field at Saratoga, much tougher than this one. So he moves to an easier spot here, and again, making his 3rd start of the year, he probably will run a little bit better, you would make the assumption. He does have a lot more seconds than wins, would be the only negative on Brew Pub. He's 3 for 45 in his career, still eligible for the 4 lifetime part of the condition. But he's got 11 seconds and 6/3. Hard not to use in the top 3. See if he can pull through with a victory against this group. Union Lights is a horse that I thought would be overlooked in here. He is right now at odds of 6-1. He was able to go gate to wire back in July against a pretty good field, and it's not like he went that slow. He went 49 to the half, and then drew away from that field. I mean, there was a heavy favorite in there that was supposed to be the other speed, and that one decided to try something different that day, and that helped Union Light's cause. He cut back in distance, thinking that, maybe 6 furlongs was going to be a little too short for him, but he probably should have won that race against a tough field because he had a really rough trip. He had to take up during that race in the slop. His last race, he ran into Runaway Joke. You could just draw a line through that one. Runaway Joke right now is one of the best horses running through conditions, maybe one of the best horses on the track. So this stretches out again to a better distance against an easier field. He's 6-1. That's probably worth a look here. The 6 is Civil Service, more of an underneath type, especially in the routes. He does get 2nd and 3rd a lot in the routes, a little more punch in the sprints, but it's hard to not use him as well. He also comes out of the Runaway Joke race earlier this month. So 7 minutes to post for race number 6. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double and Pick 3 starts in here.
The field for race 6 is on the track. The 1 went by, Delta Ridge. Kevin Navarro rides. The 2 is Good Night, God Bless with Joel Cruz. 3, Crypto Causeway, Rafael Rohina Jr., note the rider change. 4, Joe's Had Enough, Luis Perez. 5, Brew Pub, Emmanuel De Diego. There's the 6, Civil Service, note the rider change to Raylu Gutierrez. 7, Union Lights, Andre Worry. 8, Mo Trump, Cabercoa. Joe's Had Enough. The number 4. Three of his last 4, in the claiming ranks, mind you, were very solid efforts. In fact, the races four back and last time were more than good enough to win here. And there are these authoritative efforts where he just breaks, gets to the middle of the track, and just grinds you down. They're very impressive efforts. And I know he's stepping up considerably in class here. But man, he's been really good in this little 4-race run since Ilmar Loiza took over and stretched him out. He gave him those first 2 sprints when he took him over, and then since then he has been sensational. His 3 wins have come on wet tracks, but his fast track race 2 back was plenty good. Probably moved a little too soon, and then Perez got to know him that day, and he unleashed him last time, and it was all over. He has that tactical speed that makes him really, really dangerous in here. And I would imagine he is on or very close to the lead. We'll see how Perez plays it. 5-1's a square price. The other one in here is Union Lights. He's 5-1 as well. That's the number 7. Ralphie D brought him up here. Got the job done, gate to wire, first time going in 2 turns. Then he tried him against East Coast Girl and Runaway Joke, sprinting. Now he just stretches him back out. The horse wants a distance of ground. He has enough tactical speed to be on or close to it as well. Like Joe's had enough. They're not that fast, but they have that tactical speed. And I would imagine he'll be close to the pace as well. Finally, Civil Service gets the rider change to Raylu. He's been sprinting. He had some success going along last year. He faced the likes of Coach Bahi and Lobster going along. He's never won at this distance, but he's hit the board in 3 of his 4 tries. And another one coming out of the sprints, he'll likely be sharp for Ferraro and Raylu. And I would imagine he'll be close to the pace as well. I want the horses that are close. And we'll see who can get to the inside. It looks like it's been good today. 4-7-6. Best of luck if you're playing the final pick 3 of the day. It kicks off right here. Post times in a minute. 1 minute. The field for race 6 has made its way to the starting gate, and it's post time. Kick off the final pick 3 of the afternoon. Delta Ridge goes in first. Here's Good Night, God Bless. Crypto Causeway's next. Joe's Had Enough goes forward. Slight favorite on a wide open board. Brew Pub goes in. Actually, out of order went Mo Trump to his outside stall. Now Brew Pub. Civil Service goes in. Last one is Union Lights. They're in the gate. And they're off. From the outside, Mo Trump, gun to the lead here by Cabercoa. And they cross and clear as they come under the wire the first time and have a 2-length lead. Giving chase on the outside, Civil Service, and a 3-deep Union Lights. Down along the insides, Good Night, God Bless, who has Crypto Causeway there. Checking there was the gray. Joe's Had Enough, just passed by Brew Pub. And at the back, just 7 lengths from the front, is Delta Ridge. Around the first turn, 24-2, the opening quarter, it's Mo Trump. Mo Trump over Civil Service. Outside, there's Union Light with Good Night, God Bless, saving ground. Brew Pub's pumped up. He's 3.5 from the lead in 5th. Crypto Causeway 6th. Then Joe's Had Enough, had that trouble on the first turn. And Delta Ridge saves all the ground at the tail end of the field. 49-1 as they race towards the far turn here at Finger Lakes, led by Mo Trump. Mo Trump a length and 3/4. Civil Service comes under a drive. Union Lights swings into action. Joe's Had Enough trying to sneak between. Brew Pub gets in gear on the far outside. Hustling up the rail is Good Night, God Bless as they're on the far turn. It's still Mo Trump. Here comes Joe's Had Enough with a big rally. The two grays are 1-2, 114 flat off the turn into the stretch. Mo Trump. Joe's Had Enough with dead aim, splitting those two. Is Good Night, God Bless. Off the turn and into the stretch. Mo Trump trying to see it through. Joe's Had Enough trying to get him, but Mo Trump has another gear and just opened up by 4. It's all Mo Trump. Joe's Had Enough trying to hold the place over Good Night, God Bless. Mo Trump by 5. Good Night, God Bless got up for second. Over Joe's Had Enough. Maybe Brew Pub to round out the Super in 144. Number 8, Mo Trump was first. That's a photo for second. Number 2, Good Night, God Bless was second. The 4, Joe's Had Enough third. 5, Brew Pub fourth. 8-2-4-5 here in race 6 unofficially. Returning to the winner's circles, the number 8, Mo Trump. 4-year-old Gelding's the son of Motown. Out of the Mission Impassable Mare, Objective Complete. A New York bred, Mo Trump is owned by Michael Anthony Ferraro and David Cummings. Trained by Michael Anthony Ferraro. 2 wins on the day for rider Kabakoa. And it's official. $2 double 1-8, 23.20. $2 exacta 8-2, 84 even. 50-cent try 8-2-4, 150.50. 10-cent super 8-2-4-5, $91.65. Race 7 comes up next. It starts today's late double. No changes in the 7th. In race 8, scratch to 1 Brennan's War. Rider change for the 3, She Speaks Well to Stephen Frett. And a rider change for the 11, Go Get the Bag to Jackie Davis. Post time for race 7 is in just over 20 minutes.
All right, coming up on race number 7, and pace makes the race, and with a couple horses getting off a step slow, Keeper Koa did a good job from the outside, getting Mo Trump to the lead, and he was able to slow it down and get an easy lead in there. And with the fractions that he had alone on the lead, he had a good length and a half for most of that race. Good, obviously, Keeper Cole pretty good on the front end. He gets the victory for M. Anthony Ferraro. He'll actually try to do that again here in race number 7, depending on what Isle Storm opts to do in this race. It's an optional claiming allowance race. 10,000 is the tag. Never won 2 state bred is the condition. And it looks like everybody's in for the condition. And we'll start with the 6, Embraceable Gal. Embraceable Gal kind of at the mercy of what these pace horses do, because it really looks like there's only 2 pace horses, and that's Darn That Song and Isle Storm. So, but she's got that big stride, and she had kind of a troubled trip last time. She didn't break all that well. Then she got caught wide, and she still kept coming. She just was no match for No Chalk, who came back to win the stakes. So that was a big effort by Embraceable Gal. So she's obviously a huge contender in here as long as she gets something to run at. And that's the key here with Isle Storm and Darn That Song. Isle Storm could be the speed here depending on what they opt to do. Isle Storm might be a good long shot to consider using in here. She did win the 11-9 condition against her stablemate, Small Pebbles, obviously taking advantage of an off track that day too. But she tried allowance horses last time and wasn't able to make the front end. So see if they opt to go back to the way that she's normally used to running, and that's on the front end. So that's the key to the race here, whether Isle Storm goes to the front or not. It really helps the 3, Darn That Song, if Isle Storm decides to rate like she did last time. Darn That Song, I didn't use in the top 3 mainly because I was thinking, I mean, that's the key to the race is whether Isle Storm goes with Darn That Song or not. If Isle Storm opts to rate like she did last time, Darn That Song is going to get another easy lead like she had last time, first time in the Ferraro barn. She went 23 and 47, had everything her own way. But there is a possibility that she can again today if Isle Storm decides to rate. The 2, Wait, Wait, Don't Tell Me, is the other Ferraro horse. He's got a speed and a closer, basically, in this race. Wait, Wait, Don't Tell Me ran a big race in the route last time. Just started to drift in a little bit in the late stages, and that might have cost her a little bit from winning that race. But she did make that big move on the turn. Now, it's a big cutback in distance, and she's at the mercy of the pace. So if the stablemate gets pressed, she would be the one to come into play and close ground. So you got a speed of Darn That Song, who you got to like if the 4 doesn't go. And then you got the closer, Wait, Wait, Don't Tell Me, who you do like if the 4 does go. So that's kind of how you see it in race number 7. The 7, Kaz Music, comes off a 4th place finish in the Arctic Queen. That's a big effort for Kaz Music after she won in similar fashion as the way she ran the last time. She went 6 furlongs back on July 4th. It almost looked like the same exact race. So that's the kind of trip she doesn't mind, making that circling wide move under Michael DeVilla. Well, she's outside today, and that shouldn't hurt her because she makes that move, as long as she doesn't really get hung out there for the entire trip. So pretty good race here for race number 7. Exacta Tri Super and Daily Double offered in this race.
field for race 7 is coming out onto the track. The 1 is Charge Nurse with Andre Worry. The 2 is Wait, Wait, Don't Tell Me. Luis Perez looks for 3 on the card. The 3 is Darn That Song. Cabracoa looks for 3 on the card. The 4 is Isle Storm with Nazario Alvarado. The 5 is She's a Wild Joker with Jackie Davis. The 6 is Embraceable Gal, Kevin Navarro rides. And the 7 is Kaz Music with Michael DeVilla Jr. looking for a riding double. Wide open board here. None of the 7 runners in double digits on the tote board. The number 3, Darn That Song, got a trainer change last time and absolutely romped 13 days ago. Looks like she is the controlling speed yet again, sitting on the board at 5-2. I know it's difficult to go through these conditions sometimes, but she really made mincemeat of that field last time out, and it certainly appears like she's going to be able to have her run of the race again this afternoon. I guess Isle Storm has some back speed, but she hasn't used it in the last 2. And Darn That Song and Koa looking for 3. Ferraro Jr. looking for his second win of the day. I think she'll get it here. Trying to go gate to wire. Embraceable Gal, should someone chase. She won the straight A other than version of this. That was a 1 restricted back in June. Finished 3rd to Amazing Dottie. 2nd to No Chalk last time. No Chalk came back to win the Art of Queen. So she's kept good company, and if she can get somebody to go after Darn That Song, it would help her chances immensely. I just don't know if she's going to get that in here. And then finally, Wait, Wait, Don't Tell Me on the cutback. She finished behind Embraceable Gal in the No Chalk race. She's hit the board in 7 of her 8 tries, going 6 furlongs in her career. Tried her long last time, just missed by a head. She ran out of real estate. The other part of the uncoupled Ferraro entry. Again, another one, if somebody goes after Darn That Song, maybe she's one of the ones to take advantage of that. 3-6-2. Late double kicks off here. Best of luck in race 7. Post times in a minute, 1 minute. The field for race 7 has made its way to the starting gate, and it's post time. Charge Nurse, the first to go in. Here's Wait, Wait, Don't Tell Me. Isle Storm goes in next. She went in out of order as Now Darn That Song goes in to post 3. She's a Wild Joker goes forward. The last two are Embraceable Gal and Kaz Music. They're in the gate. And they're off. Kaz Music, here goes Darn That Song. And Koa puts her right on the lead. It's Darn That Song, a length. Charge Nurse off the lengthy layoff, moves up into second. On the far outside, there's Embraceable Gal. Between those two is Isle Storm. Fifth is She's a Wild Joker. Then Kaz Music, and saving ground is Wait, Wait, Don't Tell Me. Darn That Song all alone on the front end. She has a 2.5 length lead through a pretty quick opening quarter for the track today in 23-1. Embraceable Gal picks up the chase in second. It's a gap of 3. Wait, Wait, Don't Tell Me's at a last. She's moved up 4 spots into third. On the outside, Isle Storm. Check that. It's Kaz Music trying to gain ground. Isle Storm's at the rail moving up. Backing is up as Charge Nurse. She's a Wild Joker is there as well. 46-2 off the turn into the stretch. And Darn That Song has had things her own way the entire way. And she's 4 in front coming to the 16th pole. It's all Darn That Song here. Another smash mouth wire-to-wire win. She's going to win it by 5 at the end. Embraceable Gal held second over Wait, Wait, Don't Tell Me. Kaz Music rounds out the Super in 111-2. Number 3, Don That Song was first. It's a photo for second. Six, Embraceable Gal second. 2, Wait, Wait, Don't Tell Me third. 7, Kaz Music fourth. 3-6-2-7 unofficial here in race 7. Race 7's official, returning to the winner's circles, number 3, Don That Song. She's a 5-year-old daughter of Mission Impassable, out of the Trippy mare, Darn That Trippy. A New York bred, Darn That Song was owned by Eddie Epps Racing, trained by Michael Anthony Ferraro, his second in a row. 3 in a row for winning rider, Cabercoa. $2 double 8, 332 even. $2 exact to 3-6, 15.40. 50-cent try, 362, $8.65. And the 10-cent super, 3-6-2-7, $3.62. Race 8 comes up next. The finale offers win, place, show, exacta try, and superfecta wagering. Scratch to 1, Brennan's War. Rider change for the 3, She Speaks Well, to Stephen Frett. Rider change for the 11, Go Get the Bag, to Jackie Davis. Post time for race 8 is in just over 25 minutes.
All right, eighth race upcoming, getting ready to conclude this Tuesday card after a couple wins in a row for Anthony Ferraro and Keeper Koa. Mo Trump went gate to wire, and then no challenges for Darn That Song. Keeper Koa goes gate to wire, Darn That Song again for Anthony Ferraro. The two of them team up as Isle Storm opted to rate today, leaving Darn That Song with a lonely lead in another 23 first quarter. Long gone. That race was over early. Eighth race, scratch the one, Brennan's War. You got Jackie Davis on the 11, Go Get the Bag. Good competitive, good betting race to finish out the card. You still got 10 betting interests. You can tell by the board. The shortest price on the board right now is odds of 7-2. That's Quincy Market, but man, you can narrow it down to a few horses, but still no standouts in the last race. Great betting race. I did lean towards the 10 Bottomless Refill. I don't usually like horses off of maiden victories, but this horse looked good first trip over the track, beating up on Easier in a $5,000 maiden event, closing on a 47, and going on with it. I mean, it wasn't the weakest of fields either. Playing It Big was the big favorite from the rail. Again, not a lot of speed in the race, and he was able to stay close and drew away. So he'll get tested a little more against a tougher 5,000 beaten 2 lifetime field, but I'm going to lean towards this one in this wide open group. 6-1 is the price on Bottomless Refill. I don't think it matters who you like in here. You're probably getting a little value with a 10-horse field and nobody under 3-1. McDonough's an interesting one. He just off the claim for SF Ronan. They're going to try to add blinkers, see if that improves McDonough, who surprisingly finished off the board last time, but did get mixed up in a 22 first quarter. Is the pressing speed on the outside with 5 aces? 5 aces, 15-1 could be a live one if McDonough opts to sit off of 5 aces. Let's face it, the key to the race is if anybody goes with these horses on the front end, and if a horse gets loose on the lead, they're going to be awfully tough, especially in a race that's competitive as this one. And it's another race where you got 2 speed horses, basically, as Peanut Butter Toast might not be quick enough or as quick as 5 aces and McDonough. So those seem to be the 2 speeds in this race. And McDonough obviously was facing tougher at the 11-9 level. Now in a new barn, going to be played here. Right now is the slight favorite at odds of 2-1, so he's getting some action. Mentioned 5 aces is an interesting one. Is a question maybe a little bit of the distance of 6 furlongs. Tried 5.5, 3 races in a row, and then last time went further 6 furlongs when dropping to the 11-9, and did stop in that race. Well, shortens, or doesn't shorten, stays at 6 furlongs, and maybe that's an issue. But is that the bottom level, an easier spot for 5 aces, where pace makes the race? If this horse is able to make the lead, could be very dangerous at a big price. He's at odds of 18-1. You saw Mo Trump in that route race when able to get the clear early lead. The 7 Quincy Market is the new face in here, coming from Monmouth. Has been losing by double digits his last couple races, but they are tougher fields that he's been up against. Pretty well-bred horse by Ghost Sapper, and Quincy Market certainly going to get some play here. He's at odds of 3-1. That's some of the players here for the final race of the card. We return with live racing tomorrow with a 1 o'clock first post.
The field for race 8 is coming out onto the track. The 2 is BC Glory Days with Raylu Gutierrez. Scratch to 1, Brennan's War. There's the 2. The 3 is She Speaks Well. Note the rider change to Stephen Frett. The 4 is Noah's Destiny with Jose Baez. The 5 is Peanut Butter Toast. Heeman Harkey rides. The 6, there's the 7, Quincy Market with Anthony Rodriguez. The 8's Bet the Palace with Andre Worry. The 9's McDonough. Michael Davila Jr. looks for his second riding win of the day. Here's the 10, Bottomless Refill with Emmanuel De Diego. The 11 is Go Get the Bag. Note the rider change to Jackie Davis. And there's the 6, 5 Aces with Kevin Navarro. I like an 11-1 shot here, racing fans. The number 8, Bet the Palace. Switched barns from Jeff to Father Chris Englehart. Flew home, missed by just a length. He gets some pace to run into in here today. He got some last time, but he gets it again. He also gets an extra half a furlong. I can't believe the price he is. You know, I didn't like horses who I thought were going to be favored in here. Look, BC Glory Days, the 2 can win. You see those 14 seconds and 8/3. You know, you kind of had enough at this point. At least I have as far as the win goes. He can win, but he's going to win without me. Quincy Market, the 7. Coming in from Dan Ward, to a barn that's winning at 3% on the year. That horse is your second choice. Bottomless Refills bet heavily in the multi-race wagers. He can win. He was first time on the circuit last time, but I thought Bet the Palace was going to be real tough. I also like McDonough off the claim from a barn where we've seen a lot of horses get claimed away from the barn or taken from the barn, and they're all running well. Gets a pair of blinkers. Asaph Ronan doesn't really claim a lot of horses. He's 1 for 3 in the last 20 months. And this horse has plenty of speed and was knocking on the door, just never finished the job. Gets the rider change to Mikey Davila Jr. He should be part of a pace in here. He's also drawn outside of most of the speed, which gives him that advantage we talked about earlier. I wouldn't want him at 5-2 in the win pool, but if you're playing exactas and tries and supers and trying to bail out, you could certainly put him in the top spot because he's one of the real contenders in here. And then I thought the 11, Go Get the Bag. The way this tote board is telling you right now, to me, the only 2 horses you really should be betting to win are the 8 or the 11, because they're the only ones offering any kind of real value right now of the contenders, I think, anyway. This horse dropped back to the nickel last time for the first time since breaking his maiden. Paul Barrow, this horse ran well enough when he broke his maiden for the waiver nickel in June that he gave him the 1 shot for the 11,000. And then he came back, and then last time, he didn't have a ton of pace to close into. I think this horse might be better with a little on dry ground from off the pace, and there's plenty of speed in here for him. Jackie Davis is going to ride. They're going to be stuck wide. It's a 10-horse field. There's a lot of speed in here. This horse is going to be spun on a wide trip, and we've seen a lot of horses win and make up ground along the inside today. We've seen some horses come from down the center, but I think you kind of want to be inside in any event. Can't do anything about the draw, but that's a good price. This is the kind of race where if you're looking to bail out, maybe a little 50-cent try, 8, 9, 11 with 8, 9, 11 with a bunch of horses. That's how I'll play the race, trying to bail out in a nightcap. One of the oldest and tried and true traditions in all of horse racing. Here's the good news. Nobody's going to hit the pick 6 today, so we got to carry over tomorrow. PPs will be up before 6:30, fingerlakesgaming.com. And we got 9 tomorrow. So 9 more chances to be right or wrong tomorrow starting at 1. Thanks for joining us today. We'll see you tomorrow at 1. And, folks, I was just told that your PPs for tomorrow are up right now over at fingerlakesgaming.com, courtesy of your friends at Equibase. Go ahead and download tomorrow's 9-race card with the first post of 1 p.m. Post times in a minute. 1 minute. The field for race 8's made its way to the starting gate, and it's post time. As we wrap the Tuesday card, don't forget, free PPs, fingerlakesgaming.com. They're up for tomorrow. In goes BC Glory Days. She Speaks Well goes in. Here's Noah's Destiny. Peanut Butter Toast is next. Five Aces goes forward. Bet the Palace is already in the gate and acting up. And the rider's off the number 9, McDonough, behind the gate. Quincy Market goes in. Andre Worry climbs back aboard Bet the Palace. McDonough loads without Michael DeVilla Jr., who'll climb aboard once in the starting gate. The last two are Bottomless Refill and Go Get the Bag. They're in the gate. And they're off. There goes McDonough for the lead between horses. 5 Aces Guns under Kevin Navarro. These two have a 2-length lead over Peanut Butter Toast, who tries to move up. Noah's Destiny's there as well. Up the rail, room for BC Glory Days. On the outside is Quincy Market, along with Bet the Palace. Gap of 2 more to Bottomless Refill. And then way at the back of the pack, it's a long way back to the duo of She Speaks Well and Bet the Palace. That was Quincy Market in the mix there. McDonough, 23-second opening panel. McDonough clears a 2-length lead. 5 Aces tries to keep up. Go Get the Bag, ranges up 3 wide, 4 wide. Destiny for Bottomless Refill. BC Glory Days scoots along the inside. Raylu Gutierrez shoots him on through off the turn and into the stretch through a 47 1/2. McDonough is almost home. On the far outside is Bottomless Refill. 5 Aces is there. BC Glory Days and Go Get the Bag. Go Get the Bag struck the lead. On the far outside, Bottomless Refill. Go Get the Bag. Bottomless Refill. Go Get the Bag and Bottomless Refill. Wow. Bottomless Refill may have got the best bob of the day over Go Get the Bag. It got really tight. 5 Aces was there, BC Glory Days, McDonough, a whole slew of them. Final time was 1:13-3. Photo finish, hold all tickets. It was the 10, Bottomless Refill, who was first. 11, Go Get the Bag, second. 6, 5 Aces, third. 2, BC Glory Days, fourth. 10-11, 6-2 in the finale, still unofficial. Returning to the winner's circles with number 10, Bottomless Refill. The 3-year-old. Ladies and gentlemen, please note there'll be a steward's inquiry to taking a look at the run down the backstretch. Please hold all tickets. Steward's inquiry into the run down the backstretch. In the meantime, winner's circle, the 10 bottomless refill. He's a 3-year-old gelded son of alternation out of the pulpit mare, really and truly. Bottomless refills owned by Edwin Schatzel, trained by Tim Murphy, winning rider Emmanuel De Diego. Once again, inquiry into the run down the backstretch. Please hold all tickets here until the finale is posted official. Results stand. Stewards feel that the incident did not impact the results of the race. Waiting to go official. 10-11-6-2. Again, the results stand. Draw double 310, 22 even. $2 exacta 10-11, 41-20. 50-cent try 10-11-6, 89-12. Dime super 10-11-6-2, 93-15. 50-cent pick 3, 8-3-10, 68-12. 50-cent pick 4, 1-8-3-10, 105-25. Pick 5, 2-1, 8-3-10, 7-27 even. Nobody picked 6 today. 4 out of 6, $12.40. There'll be a pick 6 carryover of $952 into tomorrow's card. That wraps up the live racing portion of the action today. Casino remains open until 4 a.m. First post tomorrow for a special 9-race card with that carryover that starts in race number 3 is at 1 p.m. Until then, on behalf of the broadcast team, staff, and management here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack, I'm your track announcer, the Big A, Anthony Stabile. Thanking you for joining us on this Tuesday. We'll see you tomorrow at 1. Until then, please arrive home wherever you're going safely. Have a great night.